Hello, everyone. Welcome to our Stationeers 100% playthrough attempt stuff. If you weren't here last time, just a quick catch up. If you weren't here yesterday, let's start by opening up our little to do list here. Oh, hold on. Let me get a more high contrast background. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, my face is in the way of the to-do list or the done list, I guess. There we go. We'll leave room for other stuff. Okay. Last time we went mining, I I accidentally overpressurized my old oxygen tank and I threw it out the airlock and it blew up and we found that crater and it was pretty funny. We did some base building. I printed more batteries, like the small batteries that you can put in your tools and swap out. And then we made a refill tank for our jetpack that takes nitrogen out of the atmosphere and puts it into a tank, although it is very slow. And so I am debating. I read up a little bit more about the nitrice and the the NOS that it also gives you, and I'm with my proclivity for pipe explosions, adding something that is as volatile as nitrous is not great. But the amount of nitrogen that we get would be significantly faster and make our jetpack work better. And who knows? Maybe you can use NOS in your jetpack. Let me know if that's a thing. Anyway, today I want to start moving into the new base, which is much bigger. We're going to move all of our production machines down there. We're going to start building storage. We're going to try to pressurize that spot. We're going to take down the starter shack. And then I have the setup air filtration for the greenhouse, but I said this yesterday when we put it on the list. That's really not a concern for right now. I don't have enough potatoes to be producing too much oxygen. Um, and I will say I do want to get into the advanced furnace stuff because I do want to start being able to get into like hard suits and a lot of the later game really cool stuff. But in order to get those alloys, you need to have an advanced furnace and more precise control over pressures and temperatures than what I've been doing. So anyway, let's see who is here. We have Surprised Poultry, Molly D144, Tony OG, hello. We got a couple other people that are on the concurrent viewer thing. So hello to you as well. Thanks for being here. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let me see if I can remember to turn off the to-do list overlay. All right. So, in between last stream and this stream, I haven't done a whole lot. The main thing that I did was we kind of ended stream last time by by going out and mining. And I brought all that ore back, and then I just smelted it into iron and Constantin, solder, other stuff like that. Just normal alloys and stuff. And then I was working on the airlock down here, which I will show you. Let's turn our light back on. Still haven't showered. Still upset about that. But let's see. Also, you should make a small safe room away from the main base, 2x2 room with some spare O2, water, pill, duct tape, taters, just in case. That is probably a pretty solid idea. Yeah. I'm going to put that on the to-do list because that is a really good idea. That being said, it's probably not going to be something that I work on like right away. but the funny thing is it's like insurance. You can't buy insurance when you need insurance, which is the frustrating thing. You have to have it in order for you to get use out of it when you need it. Okay, let's take a look. Jojo Skunk, hi, how's it going? Okay, yeah, I was gonna show you guys the airlock here. So I do have one concern with this airlock that I was making.
Oxygen low.
Which is, I don't know why it's been doing that. It flips on my oxygen low for a minute and then it turns off whenever I close my helmet. But it's whatever. So the concern that I have with this airlock is that these powered vents, excuse me, they have an external safety limit. I think, wait, why does it say it's set to 0? I think by default they're set to 100. I don't know, I guess when I put the advanced airlock control in, it changed it. But they don't have an internal safety pressure limit. So like if I go to the advanced vent right here, nope, not that one, this one. You'll see it says internal safety 50 MPa, which is 10 less than what the pipes can handle. And so your active vents, your normal active vents won't ever pressurize your pipes, or they shouldn't pressurize your pipes more than what they can handle. They'll groan and make noises, but they shouldn't explode under a normal active vent. There is no such safety feature on these vents. So I haven't tried this airlock yet, but I am a little worried about specifically that. TNT Craft, what is up? Thanks for stopping by. So to counteract my fears, I don't know if this is enough, but I did put 3 passive vents on either side of the airlock. And my hope is that we don't die. You know? That's my hope. I'm almost wondering if I put a... Oh, you know what I should do is I should just put a little tank. Because you have like the pipe utility. That's what I'm going to do. You have pipe utility things, and I can make little receptacle tanks that will maybe act as a buffer, and that should help. It should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. But yet my fears are there nonetheless. So I'm going to do this so that way I am not fearful for explosions. Inline storage. Yes, that is the appropriate name. Isn't there a pressure release valve? You know what? I think you might be right. I haven't really messed with... I think that we all know that I don't often mess with pressure release valves because that's how I keep exploding. Yeah, so it looks like there's the pressure regulator, but there's the pressure valve. Pumps gas into a liquid pipe in order to raise the pressure. No, that's not it. Pressure regulator. Back pressure regulator. Because it's not, it doesn't look like these have like a, like if the pressure is too high, bypass over here or something else like that. Like there might be logic that's turn off the vent, but I don't want to turn off the vent because it's an airlock. So I'm sure that there probably is a way, but I think with the three of these, and then also I'm gonna do these inline tanks, I think we'll be just dandy. The inline tanks might even be overkill, so. Let's do it. There we go. And we will go downstairs as well. Flop, what's up? Just in time for dinner. Oh, yeah. Good timing. Okay. Let's take... so we'll have to move this. And that. And we'll put that there. Grab this. So we can be safe. That was a... Wow. That was a unconscious Dora the Explorer reference. I'm trying to decide how to feel about that. That was like a sleeper agent situation. All right. Yeah. I think we are pretty much good to go now. We are sealed off in this room. Let's see. Because I was using my jetpack and this is a room. We do have pollutant in here now. But I think I want to do cooling anyway. Well, it's very cold in here, but I'm thinking I might just do what was suggested to me a couple days ago, which is just having a system that pulls the air out, pressurizes it, gets the pollutant out, and then pumps it back in. Because in that case, I don't even need to have a filter. I was also thinking offline that I might want to move my tank because I'm going to try to start getting the nitrogen and the oxygen and the CO2 all put into tanks. I might want to actually move this tank up to where our old workshop was, or currently is, but move it up here. Maybe expand this out, because then I can have access to it, or easier access to it, when we want to start doing stuff with the furnace, because I have learned through experience that you want your furnace to be away from your base. Or at least a little bit away. You can build your furnace setup because well, I think we all get why. It's the back pressure regulator. At least it wasn't a mystery mouse Cthulhu reference. It's a great point. Can't you use that to vent pressure out of a pipe if pipe pressure goes over a custom value? Honestly, I do not know. You said it's a back pressure regulator. Back pressure regulator. Let's see. Unlike the pressure regulator, which closes when the input exceeds a given pressure, the back pressure regulator opens when its input pressure reaches a given value. Right. So, but I would still need like somewhere for it to go, right? Because it doesn't look like it has like a third like bypass. So it would be. I'm trying to like vent it out to space anyway. So what I would, at least the way that I'm looking at it, the way it would work is I have it set up to where if the pressure in the pipe exceeds a certain limit, go to even more passive vents, in which case, why would I even take the time to set up a pressure regulator? Why wouldn't I just add more passive vents so that way it never gets to the point where it needs to open the valve? If that makes sense. Also, I am super bummed by this spray can thing. Because when I first printed it out, I thought that this was functionally the game's implementation of the Paint Networks mod, um, where like there's a mod where you can take your spray paint can, and instead of having to go individually to every single like wire that you've placed down, you can just click on the one and it'll paint the entire logic network, and so really easy for identifying. The better, I mean, the way that you're supposed to do it is you paint the wires before you put them down, but in the case of, building out your beginner base, you don't really have a tool printer or a tool maker, so you're not printing out paint. But anyway, yeah, the spray can or the paint sprayer or whatever does not do that. It just gives you more use out of the spray can that is you put into it, unless there's a like hotkey for it that I'm unaware of. But yeah, little disappointed with that. Okay, so I think let's start building out the space down there. I'm probably gonna need to go mining and just get so much oxide to fill that room. But I want to start making lockers. And I have iron in here. There we go. Logic and turbo pumps for the fastest reaction. Yeah, I think that in the case of a simple airlock, that might be a little overkill. But in the case of, like, I was reading today about NOS and making, I think it's super fuel is what they called it. If you're dealing with stuff like that and you either exceed a pressure limit or a temperature limit, and the cost of that will be like not just a pipe bursting, but a full-blown explosion, that's when over-engineering your safety system definitely seems like a good call. All right. Why not just fill it with your Mars atmosphere first, then use your existing system to get the nitrogen, oxygen, and CO2 ratio? I think mainly because that would take quite a long time. Just because like the amount of oxygen that is in the atmosphere isn't very much, and so in order to pump enough in here and then filter it and then move all that, it's like separate it, move it all around, is going to be quite the process. So I'd rather just do what I know will work, and then we can kind of go from there. All right, so I want the workshop. You're the super fuel. Oh, thanks. The super fuel is the friends we made along the way. I'm thinking where do I want to put my things? One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I literally made a box. It's not even a rectangle, it's full square. Okay. Um, well, yeah, I don't think I want to have it block the walkway, so I don't think I'll put it on this wall. Um, yeah, I think I'm planning on moving this anyway, so I think I'll just put them on the back wall. And so if I'm going to be putting them on the back wall, we will um, put our lockers for
Waste tank caution.
ingots and stuff up here, maybe. Let me actually move my tool maker guy down here, and we'll kind of get a good idea for the space. All right, first move here. Angle grinder. There we go. Wire cutter. And then an angle grinder again. And then a wrench. Oh, that's fun. Let's just throw... we're going to do a lot of construction, so why don't we just throw it in the main construction thing. Okay, and let's bring this down into the base and set it up. So I want to have room for an insert thing. Yeah. And then we got cable coil, plastic sheets, and a screwdriver, and the mod. There we go. All right, now let's grab our lockers and kind of do some planning out here. The thing that I don't love about the overhead lockers is when you place them down, they like clip into the wall, and if you put a internal wall, like an interior wall, then it makes it clip even more. And so when you put stuff on the item slots in the back, you can sometimes like miss them, I guess is the way to say that. And so it's like, I don't know, it's kind of weird the way it works. I'm almost thinking what I want to do is maybe like use this as a, can I not use that as like an anchor point? To like have it kind of float one out, because it like requires you to place it against a wall. Yeah, the locker design is super bad. Yeah, I like, just bums me out.
Hydration critical.
My hydration is always critical. Always. I think that there is a way I can do it. I just have to kind of like game the system a little bit, but it's worth. Yeah, they look a bit bad. Shelf next to the machine is the way to go. Well, let's see. I need to get rid of this noise that's happening. And then I will try out my little system here. Because if you use a frame, you kind of gain access to the 3D space inside of your frame. And then you can place something and then remove the frame and it'll still be floating there. And so I'll see if I can use that trick to get me these lockers where I want them to be. I'm waiting for a oxygen tank explosion like the first stream. We had an oxygen tank explosion in the second stream as well. So if we're being honest, we'll probably see one just based off of the pattern. We will probably see one today as well, which I'm not excited to say that is my legacy here. How are we doing on oxygen? Speaking of, I think that there's still a good amount in here, so let's just.
Air tank critical.
Yeah, cool.
Oxygen low.
See what I'm saying? I close my helmet, even though that my tank is pure oxygen. Like,
Air tank critical.
I shouldn't have done that.
Oxygen low.
I was gonna look at it, but we'll look at it later when I remember, if I remember. Okay, so I got this iron frame. Like that. All right, and then let's see if I can. Come on. I can do it like overhead here. Oh, actually, now I can maybe use this. Maybe. And then let's look for the overhead lockers. How is it sideways? That's kind of funny. Okay. I just wish that they could like snap to each other here, but all right, let's take this one down and put. Are you serious? Why will this one only go there, but then this one will not snap to the same location? That is so weird. That's nonsense. Okay. Yeah, maybe no corner piece. All right, so then here's what I'm gonna do instead. Let's do the same kind of idea here, but then let's use the overhead locker like this. I literally just did this the other way around.
Waste tank critical.
Oh goodness. Leave me alone. All right. Just let me do the thing that I want. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm wondering if it's worth it when we know that a shelf is perfectly acceptable. But I don't want to just give in. I want to win. Why? Okay. Okay, well. It's a sad day. It is a sad day here. All right, let me try something else here. I liked the setup that we had. Oh, now it's just fully not even letting me. I have to imagine somebody's yelling at me in the comments right now. Hold on. Hold on. All right. It is it because the collision is thing, or is it somebody said it's upside down? Those vent things are on the top. Is this upside down? Is that why it's causing me issues? I don't think it will let me flip it over. Oops. All right. Well, somebody said it was upside down, so now I obviously got to try again. We see the vision, right? We see the vision. Okay. This is the last attempt, and then we will give up. The frustrating thing is I had it, right? Like I had that, and I feel like that's pretty good. All right, let's leave it like that for a second. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can take that away and then swap to this. Take this, and then I wonder if the overhead, now that the thing isn't there. Ooh. Wait, no, that's the short locker, not the overhead. Now, why would you be doing that, huh? It's crazy that this short corner locker works. This is supposed to be on the ground. Like, why does that work? But the other one won't, right? I mean, here's the thing. It works. It's fine. It acts as a transition piece, and I'm gonna be putting a little chute thing right here anyway. I think that's good. Let's not wrestle with it anymore. All right, so I know I'm gonna put another chute right here and maybe like a stacker. So, yeah. I think I'll probably have the chute go back and then wrap around so I can put the stacker like in line with this. So I'll leave 2 spaces, and then we'll bring the other thing down. Why don't I just do that right now? I'm not using the electronics printer right now, so let's bring down the next one. And I already have the stackers, so let me bring those down as well. And all logic for the game, it's painful to watch. All logic for the game has been put into gas equations. Anything else is extra. It does, in that moment, that felt like the truest thing ever. See, my thing is there a way, I guess maybe let's just look it up. Is there a way that I can set up a chute to The flip-flop splitter. What does that do? A chute that toggles between two outputs. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted. Because I want to be able to, like, when I'm printing a one-off thing, just have it shoot out. And then if I'm printing something that I'm, like, cables, where I want, like, 50 of them in a stack, I can send it to the stacker. Perfect. That is exactly what we were going to do. Okay, so there's that, and then we are going to put the issue. The issue with the stacker there is that I need to have access to this, and so I would still need to have like another full. So it's like taking two full things. I guess it's fine because it's like 2, 4, 6, and then I guess I could just go underneath the stairs for the last one. That's fine. I'm annoyed that I set all this stuff up yesterday and then I'm just gonna move it now, but such is life. Okay. Then we will do that. Let me go grab the electronics printer. Before I move the electronics printer, though, I feel it may be wise to just print out a bunch of cables so that way I don't run into a problem where I've moved the printer that prints cables and then I no longer have access to cables. So I can't plug it in. How often are you going to be printing stacks from the tool printer, though? Does that one really need a stacker? That's a great point. Probably never, so that one definitely doesn't. Copper. Oh, there we go. More copper and more cables. When you need 50 welders. Yeah. I actually recently saw a mod that I don't know how long ago it came out, but somebody added like NPC astronauts that will go around the base and will help you just make a working living station. And so in that case, where you were trying to equip everybody with tools, maybe that would be the situation. But here's another question: can tools even stack if you had them in a stacker? Because some items just don't stack. Yeah. So I don't even know if that would work at all. I am also just going to, for the sake of ease, I'm just going to put a locker here. No, I cannot have it in the wall. Okay, I'm going to put a locker here, and then I'm just going to offload some of this stuff so I can have more inventory space to move things around. We do need to get lights in here as well, but everything in time. All right. Let's grab the mod here, and then the thing, angle grinder. Wire cutters. And angle grinder. It's moments like this I wish I had more hands to... Oh, that's not one of my ores, right? I didn't just launch something into the stratosphere. More ingots for you, my friend. $50 stacks of paint. The new bestseller. Yeah, it's fine. But yes, I think that point about never really needing a stacker on your tool printer is a solid point there. Okay, let's take our electronics printer. Put it there. Let's grab our welder and our cable coils and a screwdriver. Sweet. All right, let's grab that stacker again. This I definitely will be using stackers with because of cables. And now we will plop that frame there, and we will continue to try to wrestle with a system that hates you. Oh, hey, whoa. You just have to believe sometimes, you know? When the world tells you no, sometimes you just have to believe in the yes. That's planning ahead and against entropy. Not happening. Wait. But hold on. It might be extra work, but it could be smart to lay out the transformer and heavy cable feeds into the workshop before you start filling it up with stuff. That is a wonderful observation. I don't know how to tell you guys this. I am not well versed in transformer understanding. Like I know that it is a useful thing to have when you're trying not to blow up your cables and like have throughput. And they just recently added like super heavy cables. Come on, dude. Don't embarrass me. We were just doing it. Come on. But within a network, I'm not sure. Like, what benefit does the transformer have over the APC? Is, I guess, my question. Because both the transformer and the APC cut logic, the difference is that, from my understanding, the APC gives you battery backup power if something goes offline, whereas the transformer just like takes it from a really, really high. Again, not an electrical engineer. I don't know if it's voltage or wattage, but takes it from a high thing that it can't deal with to a lower thing that a lower cable can deal with. Science. I think I might need to use another corner piece to...
Hydration critical.
Dude, that is getting old. It's upside down. Go back right side up. Oh, that's the short locker. I need the overhead. There we go. Honestly, man, if the short lockers are more willing to play game like play ball here, I might just use those instead because that seems, yeah, it seems like that has a much easier, that's backwards. But it seems like they're totally cool being placed wherever. And so I'd much rather deal with that. So let's swap these out. Yeah. Oh, so much easier. All right. Note to self. Don't use the overhead lockers. Just move the short lockers up above, and then you're good. Okay, let's go get some food and some water, and we will continue this project. Voltage. Autobots are my favorite Transformers. That I'm glad you said that. That is exactly where I am at as far as understanding Transformers. My understanding of Transformers is Decepticons, and Autobots. And what Optimus Prime be doing. It's funny playing these games because it's like I feel like I am the dumbest guy to play smart games. Like like I'm just like, oh, I really love complicated systems, and it's like I have no formal training, I have no real understanding. But like last night, I was watching a video on bit shifting and bit masking for Stationeers, trying to use the logic systems in the printers. Like you being able to, hold on, let's see. No, not the kit, the actual printer itself. Down here. So in order to pull variables on like these printers and stuff like that, you have to be able to, in order to write to the printer instructions and device stuff, you have to mess with binary, or hexadecimal code, in order to write to this. And so it's like you're I don't even know why I'm pretending like I can explain this fully to you, but it's like you have this 64-bit number, which is like ones and zeros, right? And and within the first 8 digits is the OP code, like it says right there, 0 to 7. And the second 8 digits is, if we're looking at the printer instructions here, the lock state. And so you have to have a certain like code of ones and zeros in the second set of 8 digits. And then and then post that from 16 to or I guess 15, 16 to 63 is whatever other, in this case it doesn't use those, but like I think for like the missing recipe stuff, it's from the 16th to the 47. And so you're trying to like read this and write this, and so you're pulling in a number, and then you're shifting it to the left and right, and like it's just crazy. It's cool, and I want to like, understanding how to do that will mean that you can automate like so much stuff that will be so nice. Like I can literally set up the printer to say like I just press a button and I'm like, I want 50 cables, and then it will go, okay, 50 cables means I like it's even better than that. It's like I can make a little selection menu somewhere else, not even on the printer, and then I could be like, yeah, queue me up like 50 cables or one of these other things and one of these things. And it's like, great, missing recipe regents, I'm gonna need this much copper and this much whatever, and then it can send that somewhere else to like a vending machine, and then the vending machine will send it the copper that it needs to be able to do that. Like crazy, but you have to understand binary code or hexadecimal code in order to do that. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. let's keep it moving.
Oxygen low.
No, there's always Capac. I think, I think, based on no actual experience talking to this person, I think Capac is actually quite intelligent. I think that he purposefully plays the fool in order for them to have fun. I think that he's actually quite proficient. He just has he kind of goes for the laughs, which I can appreciate. I just got here, but isn't that a way more complicated version of using the stack? What do you mean the stack? The stack? Did they add in something else? Somebody was saying something about a device that was added that may or may not be able to let you like kind of skip over some of the stuff that I said. The video I was watching is, if you are familiar with the Stationeers community, you probably have heard of Cows Are Evil. I mentioned his channel yesterday quite a bit as well. Dude is a wizard with the game in general, but also with MIPS. And he has a really solid tutorial series, but his tutorial series is 4 years old, so there have obviously been a lot of updates since then. It's basically an internal memory pool that you run through to select items. I don't know. If you've got a place where I could go look that up, I am always down to learn new things. So we have a cable coming down here that is not connected. That's pretty funny. Let's set that up. I'm actually thinking right now, kind of going along the lines with, what did somebody say? Trying to set it up, extra work, but be smart about your cables. I can bring in a heavy cable down here from our power up there. And then we can split it off into transformers or APCs, but we have much more, I think somebody said it, voltage, not wattage, voltage down there for when we need it. Yeah, because I need to put this on its own APC anyway, because I like to have the airlocks isolated. And then, yeah, we just have these guys going down, and then we have okay. I think that's gonna be a project in a sec, because I'm gonna have to isolate the greenhouse to its own power thing, which I want to do anyway, but I'm gonna have to probably clean up some of this stuff. So let's focus on one thing at a time here. That means for the time being, we will just hook up our, where did all my, there it is. Yeah, for the time being, we'll just hook it up the way that it was, just using normal cable. And then we will revisit the cabling here in a minute. Cows mentioned it when he was designing his printer setup a while back. I think this was a year ago. His old Vulcan base, if memory serves. I'll have to go and look for it. I did recently see a video of his where he had actually done exactly what I was talking about when we were talking about the bit shifting, which is having a printer, like having all of your printers set up on a unified shoot system where the vending machine comes out. Like, that's not me just saying that. That is something that he did, and I watched it happen, and it was the greatest thing ever. Come on. All right. There is a part of me, and I don't really like, I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of wants to maybe like remake or make my own version is probably a better way to say that, of the tutorials that he did for the MIPS stuff. Now, the funny thing is, like, I am not the most skilled. Like, he definitely has way more information. But I will say that where I lack in technical skill, I feel like I might be able to make the viewing experience a little bit more digestible, because as somebody who struggles with attention, his videos are super informational, really, really helpful, but they're 5 years old and the microphone isn't super great. So just making like updated version. And then also when you're trying to learn something, this is just how I feel about it, but when you're trying to learn something, if you have to take the time to explain it and put the information in, or convey the information in like a linear fashion that is good for somebody else to be able to understand it, that is like how you have mastery over that information, by being able to teach it to others. So by simply engaging in that act of trying to make a tutorial series, I would have to become more proficient. And yeah, this is just something I was thinking about. But I also, like, I would never want to step on his toes. Not that, it's YouTube. There are a million tutorials about a million things. It's not like he has a monopoly on it, but I wouldn't want, like, I admire his work, and I don't want, like, to cost him money or anything else like that by replacing his tutorial. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Cows Are Evil. Evening. Whose base did you steal? I didn't steal anyone's base. This is my base. All right, let's continue on. Yeah, I guess let's just bring the other printers down here and set them up. I'm also, I guess I'm just gonna have to move these now. I really don't have enough nitrogen in there to really have to worry about anything, but I'm just going to open this up. And then we will also, this isn't doing anything, so let's pick that up. We'll just put that in this over here. Cow's new videos. He is doing a start on each planet with new terrain, and he is explaining everything as he goes. Oh, that's awesome. I just thought it was like a Let's Play series. I guess I hadn't really thought about it as like a tutorial. When I was talking about like wanting to make a tutorial thing, it was about like specifically his MIPS programming like intro thing that came out like 4 years ago. I think so far, I'm pretty sure that's still like the gold standard, but I think that like his microphone has gotten better. I think he's gotten better at YouTube. That's just what happens when you do it for a while. And so I would love for him to remake the series. But I do think that like his explanations are phenomenal. I do think that there are some editing tricks and stuff like that that could go into there to maybe make the tutorial a little bit more, and like putting chapters on stuff, just make the tutorial a little bit improved, I suppose. I don't know. I don't want to say, like, I hope that I'm not coming out in a way that you guys are just like, this guy hates cows are evil. Like, I'm saying this in a way of he is, like, I think that on YouTube, he probably is one of the, like, leading people on Stationeers content, and especially with regards to, like, teaching new players how to do stuff. So I don't want everyone to be like, hey man, like, you know, the guy, like, hey man, this guy hates you. It's like, not at all. Yeah, he uses a lot of IC10. Yeah, he's a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. All right, let's move the stuff. Hear me out here. Nitrogen tank filter system on the ceiling of the workshop with accessed catwalks. I like the idea. I like the idea. I think that if it wasn't for the fact that I'm wanting to put my gases in a place that's closer to my furnace, and I also am fearful of explosions, because that's just a thing. But that being said, I might set up like an oxygen tank in here, because it's not like you're, well, let me not say the words I was about to say and jinx myself to an early demise. But oxygen is less volatile than some of the other stuff we're going to be working with. So maybe I will put an upside down oxygen tank in here, and we can just use that as a way to, like, keep this place going. Oh yeah, because I can take the oxygen out of the greenhouse and then just pump it into a tank over here. He's also very consistent on explaining what he's doing when typing out the assembly language. There isn't a single video where he shorthands it. Yeah. He's also really good with, like, analogies. Maybe not analogies is the right word, but like, giving you, yeah, analogies wasn't the right word. He's really good at giving you specific use cases for certain things, and then also explaining the why before getting into something deeper. When I was watching his bit shifting and masking video last night, he first went into understanding binary, and then he went into, like, how to write it out just using that understanding, and then he was like, and here's a way to make it easier by switching the binary into hexadecimal. So instead of having to write an enormously long digit, or, like, an enormously long number with 64 digits, you are using these letters and numbers in order to reference the segment of information that you want. And yeah, like, I think that he makes dumb people like me feel like they can do smart things, and that is a skill set, I have to say. All right, let's I really, like, I don't think I'm going to run into problems, but every time I think I'm not going to run into problems, oh yeah, there's hardly any pressure in there at all. I was concerned about deconstructing that and then releasing the pressurized stuff into this base, but it wasn't enough to really warrant the concern. By the way, is there a stretch? Hold on. Well, watch New Mars. It's only 7 episodes long, and he explains so much in it. And Splitsy is streaming in it these days as well. He did a nice start on Brutal Mars a couple weeks ago. Oh, right on. I'll have to watch that. By the way, is there a stretch goal of making the shower a hot shower? No sense in being miserable just because you're on another planet. Why not? I mean, I think because we have to be here for a while in order to get the achievement, like little quality of life things like that, I think are super on the table. Is it gonna be something I get right this second? Probably not. But that doesn't even sound like it would be incredibly difficult because you just have a pipe heater, right? Yeah, a liquid pipe heater right here, and then you can take your water, you can heat it up, goes into the shower, and then you take the wastewater out. I haven't messed with the water purification stuff, but I know that it is a thing. Oh, JP Mystic. I figured out the pollutant, turning the pollutant into a liquid and having it passively drain out of your system. You're right, it wasn't as difficult as I was making it out to be. I just, on that first stream, man, I was getting decision paralysis and I wasn't moving fast enough, so I needed to just pick a direction that I was comfortable with instead of learning something new at that time. Was it easy? Yeah, it's pretty easy. The funny thing is I did it on accident first. When I was setting up the greenhouse and I was doing my air conditioning for the greenhouse, I pressurized the pipe and then it turned into the liquid, and then it burst my pipe, and then I was like, oh, and I put the massive liquid drain on there, and I was like, look at that. Pollution is out of this system. And then so wasn't terribly difficult. All right. Getting all sorts of pipes back. All right, let's bring our other stuff down here.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Everyone learns at its own pace. Yes, it is true. Have I mentioned recently? I did. Yesterday I mentioned this, but I love Stationeers. I think it's got so much good stuff. I really think that the Stationeers, like making you drink water as frequently as they do, is a bit much. But it's all good. I suppose I might be complaining because most of my base is not pressurized. I suppose if I was spending my time in a base that was pressurized and I took off my suit, stored it in a locker, then drinking, I mean, it would still be annoying because like I would constantly have to keep running back to a place with water. But I suppose it's not as big of a deal if you're already on top of it. Yeah, you can hold more water as you get better food. The other issue here is that I'm going for the uh, what's the achievement? Hold on. I'm going for the uh, it's like one of the Mark Watney achievements where it's survive on only, yeah, why is it still Mark Watney? Survive eating only potatoes for 30 days. So I'm only going to be doing that tier 2 potato uh until we get that achievement. And at that point, better food and longer situation with water. And you lose water faster because of your bad noodles. You should spend a couple of minutes with your suit off. I think that's a good point. Well, once we pressurize this base, we'll be spending a lot of time with our suit off, and that will probably make things quite a bit better. All right, this already has all of the stuff out, right? It does. I should have put this stuff in the base down here. All right, so these are stackers, so we'll leave those there. Let's put the ore up there. Nitrogen filter here, pump here, frames here. Okay. We are moving and grooving here. It feels good to finally be making our way into a proper mid-tier base. Florage is storage. Yes, it is. Florage is storage. Absolutely. Yeah, that'll be fine. I think I don't think the shoots will. I mean, I still have access to it, so it's all good. Let's get our welder and sheets. All right, that is the electronics printer. Oh, wait, no, it's not. That's the that's the pipe bender. This was the electronics printer. My bad. All right, let's go get the last one, and then we will be good to go. And let's also just like start cleaning up a little bit. My mother would be so disappointed. All right. If you were going to use that flip-flop splitter, you might need one more block of space. I don't think so, because I'll put the flip-flop right here. It'll just either spit it out or it'll wrap back around to the this guy. Unless you can't put the flip-flop directly on the side. But in which case, if I couldn't do that, I would just like maybe like have it go down or up or something. Okay, let's take all of these. Oh, no. Dang it. I forgot about the stacker. Let's have it stack size in size 200. Alright, let's bring these down. Just throw everything in the stacker. Oh, hello, Mavin. How are you? Oh, no, excuse me. Wow, reading is hard. Hello, Mavin. Hope you are having a great stream. Also, the amount of items on the floor. Man, reading makes your base feel like both my bases in PZ and in Space Engineers. I always have random stuff on the ground. Hey, as JP Mystic pointed out, floorage is storage. For sure. Yeah, I can put this in there, move this over. I'll probably just make another locker for the paint specifically, so we can have all the different paint colors. But for the time being, I'll just throw this in there so I have more room. I guess that is true. I could carry stuff in my hand slots. All right, let's move the final piece downstairs. Let's get the hand drill. Let's get the angle grinder, wire cutters, angle grinder again, and the wrench. Okay. Let's grab the stacker, so we'll move like that, and then put this one here. There we go. And let's put this stacker right there. That's not the best. And the thing is that this is the one that's going to use the stacker the most. Yeah, I'm going to swap the tool maker with the auto lathe or whatever it's called. Because I left room. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Dang it. Oh, that's frustrating. Because I was originally planning on having the thing here. If this was a video, this would be the point where I'd realize my mistake and then I just cut to the future, where I would cut to the future and I would have fixed it. But because we're streaming, I'm so sorry to everyone that we're gonna do this, and I hope that I can just do this quickly enough that it's not a big deal. I shouldn't have constructed them. I should have just placed them down. and then made sure everything Yeah, no, we came to that realization after I put the tool maker down. I just I didn't I moved it over. I left room for two rather than one. Over on the places where we had stackers, I left three so that way I could have, chute coming out, wrapping back around. But I should have brought this back one, and I didn't. And so now I'm fixing it. Because I am human and I make mistakes all of the time. And wrench. Fortunately, this one I hadn't already set back up, so we're good. All of that so I could have better access to this, but it will be helpful, so I'm happy we're doing it that way. All right, now let's start doing this. So weld, 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 cable, 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 weld, 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 screwdriver, screwdriver, screwdriver. Nice. All right. See, that didn't take too long. Sweet. And now I can get rid of all of this cable. And go back to this wall over here. You can add plastic to the frames so they can't be broken with a wrench. Huh. I don't know if I knew that. I've always put walls over the frames. I didn't realize. Does it change it visually, or is it just kind of like a way to just lock it in place? I guess we can find out. I probably have plastic sheets somewhere. I mean, if not, I can always just make it because the workshop is online here. Kind of. I mean, I still need to make some chutes, but plastic sheets. Let's try this out. I'm kind of curious here. Screwdriver with the plastic sheet. Nope. Did not know that. did not know that. And again, I am not an expert at this game, but I wouldn't necessarily say I'm new at the game. And yet I never really paid attention to that. Because the tooltip doesn't really prompt you, and I've never really looked at it with a screwdriver in my hand.
Filter low.
That's pretty funny. Funny to me. I'm sure somebody else. I'm sure JP Mystic is over there like screaming. All right. Let's get shoots. And where's my iron? There it is. All right. Yeah, that is the plan. You said that you said that wall might be a good place to put an APC to isolate that circuit for all the printers and give you the backup battery for them. That is the intention. That's why I wanted to move stuff out of the way. I figure we'll have the APC for the printers, and then if I do other things that require a significant amount of power, I can actually have multiple on this wall. And actually, I'm pretty sure I have one right now, so might as well get that started right now. Let's turn this off, and we will do that now. And I'm gonna make this into heavy cable too, so we're bringing in more. What did we say? Voltage. For if we have larger power draws. Why not have it in a place that's more accessible here? That's some fun cable work. Nice little S here.
Hydration critical.
There's a cosmetic wall option. Wait, hold on. What did it say? Nah, like I said, everyone learns at their own pace. I just thought I'd hand you a tip to not break greenhouse walls. Appreciate it. There's a cosmetic wall option that gives you access port to something behind the wall. You can use that wall section and put the APCs in the hole. Yeah, I like that idea. I've seen people do things like that where it's like the rollover cover, or I think there are a couple different ones, and people like put their fuses and stuff in there. Yes, I like that a lot. Let's grab this, even though I'm pretty sure we have all of our stuff set up. And excuse me. There we go. Let's go drink more water.
Jetpack low.
We go. No longer thirsty. Let's make another thing here. Yeah, I wanna like have my workshop, and then I wanna have a kitchen and a bedroom and a bathroom. Like I wanna have an apartment, and things to look nice. I can actually start moving some of this stuff out of here too. So we'll bring the see there. I did have plastic sheets down. Let's bring these batteries down. Probably gonna need to print more lockers. Let's see. We're still doing okay on that. My oxygen is running low. Let's see how much I have left in here.
Air tank critical.
Oh, we're good. Alright. Let's close the helmet. How are we doing battery? We're doing alright.
Oxygen low.
I'm still not sure why I get the oxygen low notification and then it goes away when I close my helmet. A sky-high apartment. I need a sauna. Do you prefer water bottles or water fountain? I actually haven't messed with the water fountain. I might prefer that, and I also feel like it's just kind of a luxury thing anyway. Yeah, an apartment with an elevator that has a nice view, that does sound pretty sweet. With a spinning restaurant on top. That is the pinnacle of class. A really highly elevated restaurant that spins. They are pretty cool. I do think quite superfluous, but they are pretty sweet. I need lights in the workshop. That is true. That is very true. Come on. Huh, maybe it would have been easier to do this before I put this stuff down. Wait. Okay. Gotta do it the hard way, huh? Always. Okay, let's do this one. I do need more chutes. I need a battery. Fortunately, I have some. Oh, is that what Splitsy's doing? He's putting a spinning restaurant on the top? Is that something you can do in Stationeers? We'll need 6, I believe. Okay. That's that, and that, and that. Get our stacker, and there we go. And finally, here, and still gotta do it the hard way. The medium difficulty way. That wasn't super hard. All right. Let's throw that in there. Throw that in there. My light battery ran out. I think, yeah, let's get some lights in here. Electro printer. Iron and copper. Got some iron, some copper. Yeah, let's just. I think we'll start with that. I think that'll be okay. He and Capac did it in SE a few months ago. Is it a bad time to bring up the flip flopper chute again? I I I can just I'll just set this to stack size 1 if I just want stuff to come out. It's not a huge deal. So, rather than making it more complicated than I need to. Um so I'm trying to think which light is best. I've usually, when I've built bases of this size, I usually use this one on the ceiling, but I kind of like the look of the round ones. Um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna use the round ones. Um, I don't really want to use my jetpack because if it gets too low, it'll start making a really annoying noise, and I won't be able to turn it off until I refill it. I think I can turn it off in settings, but all right, yeah, let's do that. Let's do maybe that, and then that. Is that? Man, I am I'm struggling today with my brain. Okay, so we'll put that one there, and then we'll put this one there, and that will be fine. And then we will go over here, do the same thing there, there, there. Admittedly, though, now that I've put them this way, it'd be smarter to orient them that way. So I don't need as many cables. There we go. Okay. Use a set of stairs. Yeah. Yeah. That's who needs stairs? Actually, when I'm doing the cables, I might need stairs. I'll be honest. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this guy needs stairs. Uh, you were saying you are getting oxygen low. What is the composition of the air you are breathing? Are the pressure in the room? Uh, yeah, the oxygen low I'm getting when I close my helmet and switch back to my air tank, which my air tank is being filtered and it should only just be oxygen in there. So I don't know why it would be having problems. Pure oxygen is used in hospitals as anesthesia. I mean, yeah, true. I say that as if I knew that. I didn't know that. That is a fun fact. And thank you for teaching me something. But I do know that pure oxygen is not what we breathe, and that is. But in Stationeers, pure oxygen is totally good. There we go. I'm almost thinking maybe I'll make a separate APC for the lights in here. All right, let's
Waste tank caution.
move the stairs. And let's also get some more cable, because always gonna need more of that. Let's actually set this to 50. Ah, come on. Okay, how are we doing on cables? We're getting there. Oh, wait, what are people saying? So the end result pressure, but if you have had 50% oxygen, 50% nitrogen, you would need the room to be double the pressure of just oxygen alone. Yeah, nitrogen can kill you. Remember, boys and girls, pure oxygen is what the fuel in the rockets needs to breathe for big bada boom. That would be helpful if you have to selectively cut power to certain things later to save juice. Yeah, I think I am going to put the lights on a separate one. And then also that way the lights aren't draining the battery that I want to have for the production machines. Like, use a transformer for the lights, then cheaper than APC, works out the same, just no battery slot. I'm not sure I know. Can you explain to me, like, transformer versus APC? I know that it steps down the voltage, so that way it won't break your cables. But I don't understand the significant advantage that it would have over just using APCs everywhere, other than, the material cost. But at a certain point, the material cost isn't that big of a deal. I mean, it's like functionally a permanent, or excuse me, and like an infinite ore planet. Isn't there specifically a great piece you could use as a makeshift floor while working? The transformer is less bulky. That's a good point. I mean, I still would like to understand, like, what if there's like a significantly major benefit, or do they kind of operate the same space? Yes, there is a grate that I could use as a temporary floor. But I'm doing this instead. and doing it poorly, might I add. Let's turn on my light here. I think I'm also at the point where I want to make a high capacity tank for my um, waste tank. My waste tank is getting filled so quickly, and if I was to wager a guess, I would say it's because of the temperature in my O2 tank, because I can't think of another reason as to why it has been filling so much faster. Because there was a period of time when we were filling up the oxygen that is inside of the my refill station, that it was like 50°C, and and everyone was like, "Wow, that is so uncomfortably hot." It's just, yeah, we'll walk across the tops of our lockers here. All right, while I wait for smart people to explain to me electrical science. Oh dang. I'm just gonna plug this in so we have light in here. Let's go. Nice. Oh, look at that. We have a proper base. Still not pressurized though, but I mean, at that point, this is gonna be a nice workshop. That's a nice boulder. Okay, let's see what the Smarty Pants Society has to say about transformers. Okay, the transformer is less bulky. APC is more expensive and has a battery slot. The transformer does not have battery, and the output is adjustable. Transformer can keep your small cables safe, but so can the APC. But we are saying that it's less expensive, takes up less room. He's got enough wall space to have switchboard of APCs. I'm not sure that the bulk saves is an issue. Are your pollutant filters broken? I don't think so. You can limit the power of transformers. Let's through so it would never blow out a cable, while APC doesn't limit the power, so a big power draw behind an APC can still cause a power blowout. A big power draw behind an APC can still cause a power blowout. Okay. So that makes sense, but so using a transformer would make it so down the line from the transformer it could never blow the cable, because if you attach something that would require you to pump too much power through the line, it would just not do it. Like it wouldn't turn on. It would just kind of cut the power off. Versus using an APC, if you attach something that would overdraw, like make a request for power that's too much, it would still blow the cable. But my question in response to that is, isn't that like what fuses are for? So we could just have like fuse boxes? Because it's not as important for the lights, but the reason I currently am kind of favoring towards APCs is because if I have an issue with my power, like from a power generation standpoint, I can still come in here and I have a battery backup that will let me continue working for a while. And so if I have an APC for the lights, like I can have it on a smaller battery. I mean, it doesn't need to be a smaller battery, but you know what I'm saying? Like I have backup. With a transformer, it makes it so I can't blow the fuse, but there isn't a backup, right? I mean, admittedly, the backup power should be my base batteries, right? Like that's what that is for. But it's like a backup for my backup. Fuses blow out though. Yeah, so you have to replace them. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm sure that there will be use cases in which the transformer probably does make more sense. Um, but as it stands right now, I think I'll probably just use APCs for the time being, um, because yeah, I want to have backup battery for the lights, and I want to have backup battery for production. I'm sure in the future, like there will be certain things where it's like this is not a backup system. Like for example, my mining, right? Like when we get into deep mining, I'm not if we have power problems, I'm not going to be like, no, the mine must continue. So we will probably use a transformer in that regard. But right now we're still kind of operating with mainly systems that I'm going to want to be able to keep on. So yeah. A lot of smiley faces going on right now. All right. Let's let's keep it going here. I'm gonna take this disappointing spray can and put it away. I think I do want another light like here. Yeah, let's get one more light. Sweet, more cable. Hey, dude, do you guys watch Zero Legion? He's a Space Engineers content creator, and he does like a bunch of announcements and stuff. Like talks about all the dev stuff in Space Engineers. Every time I I say the word cable or I think of the word cable, I just hear in his voice cable. And yeah, there was this whole yes, thank you, Molly T. Yeah, it's there was so much speculation about a really small detail on the SE2 model that had like a cable on his side, and that speculation got blown right out of proportion, and so now it's just like this running joke, cable. Um, I I want light here, but it doesn't want to be put up there, so I'm gonna have to use a different light. Ah, man, you know what? No light. That no, that's not the solution. Come on, man, that's not the solution. Let's just put just one of these here.
Hydration critical.
Always is. Always is. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. All right. It is about that time where we need to pressurize this spot. I should really I left this door here for future stuff. I sh- I know I'm gonna open that and I'm gonna depressurize this entire base. I am going to make some steel frames and close that off. Or maybe I should just like set it up where, because I want this to be an airlock. So maybe I'll set it up as not fully airlock, but I'll at least enclose it so that way I can't accidentally depressurize the entire thing. Yeah. Make the second airlock tunnel thing. You know what the funny thing about what just happened was? I know it looks like I was just coming up to drink water, but I was actually coming upstairs to queue up some of the building materials. But because I forgot that my brain was just an autopilot. It's ironic that the temperature is low now, because for so long it got so hot in here. Okay. Let's do this.
Oxygen low.
See what I'm saying? Oxygen low. I close my helmet. I only have O2 in my tank. At least it's not 55C anymore. It is true. At least it's not 55C anymore. Let's open up the canister. All right, let's set up the doors. Airlock. Nope. Oh, I think the airlock doors are actually in the pipe bender. Airlock. Gold, copper, and steel. We have those. Gold, copper, steel. And then I also want to make some steel frames. Actually, I can't make. I mean, I can make steel frames, but that's not what I want because these walls are facing outward. So I actually need to instead use the kit walls, which I thought I had. It might be upstairs. Because my cooler keeps cooling. What cooler keeps cooling? The only cooler that I have in here is this active vent, and then the radiators, and then that passive vent. Does the active vent doesn't let stuff through if it's not turned on, does it? I have one kit wall. Oh, so are we saying that because I have the passive vent going into pipes that are in the radiator, it's just going through the passive vent into the radiator pipes and then back in, so it's all kind of one. Okay, gotcha. All right, let's do kit wall. Yeah, I guess I don't know why in my brain I was like, it only goes the one way. That's not how that works. You need to have valves for that type of action. So I'm gonna need 4. No, 3. Well, that whole building is about to be pulled down, so we don't need to solve that problem right now. It can be a little chilly in there. I don't know why I'm just feeling windows for this one. Even though I'm probably not going to be feeling windows here in a minute when I realize that I'm going to have to put vents and cables and okay, you know what? Immediately I've changed my mind. Let's not do that. Let's do composite walls. Do you guys hear my cat outside meowing at the door? All right. Sorry, I short-circuited. I was thinking about the question that was just asked, which is, could you make a really big airlock so you could drive the rover into the workshop? You thought that was a baby, not a cat. Also have one of those. But yeah, no, my cat, my fur baby, is extremely needy and extra. We love him so much, but just needs constant attention. Yeah, we probably could make an airlock and then drive. Like, I want to have a garage, but the garage, my intention with the garage is to not have it pressurized. We will be driving the car into it and then like closing the door. But I don't know if I want to have to like pressurize the whole thing with the rover in there, because I feel like in order to make an airlock that's that big, the amount of effort. I mean, maybe in the future, but right now, I don't want to deal with like setting up that level of atmospherics. All right. What do we need for this? I think I'm actually going to need way more steel sheets and plastic sheets. That's iron. Steel? Yep. Okay. Let's get some steel sheets going. Is the docking port still in the game? Let's see. It is. It is still in the game. Not entirely sure what it does. Is that for like the traders? I thought that was the landing pad. Anything is a docking port if you're brave enough. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I just think of crashing this plane. Okay. Nah, docking port was a door that could link to another door when they were still thinking about adding a mothership. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, so now I will use my crowbar to close this one as well. I'm going to leave these unpowered, and I will literally now when I am just kind of thinking about stuff and I'm like, "Oh yeah, let's go over here." I'll have to undo two doors in order to completely vent this base. Um and uh hopefully I will come to my senses before opening both of them at the same time. Um yeah. Now I think we have an airlock up there. We have an airlock down here. I think we're kind of at the point where we could pressurize this place with some ice. I definitely need a switch for those lights or a like daylight sensor. Um, yeah. So here's a question for the IC10 people out there. Do most people just have like one IC10 chip that they use as kind of like a base manager, or do they make a ton of different housings for a ton of different specific things? Because it feels like, I know when you run out of what are those things called? Pins, then you're probably uh, in a rough spot. But I'm also thinking, like, can't you reference things on the network using the hash ID instead of using a pin for when you're trying to do like batch reading and writing? All right. I have about 30 IC10 chips around the base.
Jetpack low.
30 or 30,000? um, uh, IC10 chips around the base, and a bunch of them are in machines that support them. All right. Yeah, I might need to look into that as well. Let's take the Atmo analyzer out and the configuration, and let's get the ore scanner and the tracker. Let's swap this battery there. We're about to go mining. Let's leave this here. See, I knew I had steel sheets. I had so many steel sheets. They were just all up here. All right, I just need to bring those downstairs. We still have a good amount of oxygen. I mean, not a ton, but enough.
Temperature low.
Let's eat some potatoes. Always potatoes. Yeah, 30,000. Oh, splendid. Splendid. You can put IC10 chips in the filtration units and air conditioners. I programmed those to not overpressurize outputs, so I use the chips for a lot of things. From a programming approach, prob's best to use a single chip for main and one for each function. Mind you, I've never played the game and have no idea what I'm talking about. I appreciate that level of honesty. Here is a good practice from a general knowledge perspective, but I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. Take it with a grain of salt. You have my respect, sir. Since I split most of my power up with transformers and they don't pass data, it is easier to copy the IC script into a new housing. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. That I wish, and maybe there is a way to do this and I just don't know about it, but I do wish that there was a way that you could put, like, you could pass data through. Because I feel like there are certain situations like what you're talking about where that would be pretty helpful, because you want to isolate it because of power reasons, but you don't want to isolate it for logic reasons. Okay, so let's power up this gas canister here. I'm gonna make more CO2 filters, and let's grab my backpacks. Oh, I think I put my backpacks downstairs. That's fine. We will use this opportunity to excuse me. We will use this opportunity to bring some of this stuff downstairs. Like these steel frames. The shower, to constantly remind me that that is something that I need to do. There's a mirror IO. Logic mirror. It doesn't really give a whole lot of instructions, but is that what it literally just... I don't... With that... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let's offload some of this stuff in here, and let's grab my mining backpack, stuff in here. Mining belt, cartridge. Yeah, gonna need more lockers for sure. Okay. I still have my... Alright, let's swap to the mining belt, and let's put on my... Let's see. That one's my ice backpack. This one is my mining. I guess we are going out for ice, so let's put that in there, and then this, right? No, excuse me. There we go. And I also wanted to make, I was going to make more CO2 filters, and then I need to swap out batteries, and then we'll be good to go mining. And I might even be able to make medium carbon dioxide filters. Silver. Oh, I haven't smelted silver. I have silver that I could smelt, but rather than adding another thing right now, let's just do a couple of the normal ones. You guys want to know a little fun fact about silver? Probably, given the audience here, I imagine some of you, or maybe all of you, already know this, but silver has well, it's been used because of its like sanitation properties, and so in lore for like werewolves and stuff like that, the reason that silver bullets or like silver stuff in like D&D is used against like unholy creatures is because silver was thought of as like a purified, like a purification kind of deal. And I didn't know that for a while, and somebody recently told me that, and I thought that was pretty cool. I still need to switch on my batteries. if you're not wait, hold on. I believe you can do logic channel magic to pass through specific values as well, but it is convoluted feature that requires a second IC to communicate with. Nice. Yeah, I probably won't be doing that. Let's also make sure that my mining drill has good battery power. There we go. If you don't plan on closing the locker, switch to a medium shelf, takes 1 kit and gives nice space. Doesn't the medium shelf have like less space? Like, not like an incredible amount of less space, but less slots per thing. I don't know what I just said. Yeah, I want this out here. And then this will go back in the mining belt. I just want to make sure before I leave this time. I'm pretty sure that my tracker is on. Beacon. Okay, good. Last time we did this, I didn't have the beacon on, and that was... Fortunately, we made it back without too many issues, but I felt pretty silly doing that. Alright, I'm not really super focused right now on other stuff other than oxite. And there's oxite. I know I had some close to the base that I could have mined, but I didn't want to just have a big hole in the area that I'm trying to make look somewhat nice. And, you know, we have pretty good stores of it over here, so let's swap for this. Anyone want to take bets? Not bets, but anyone want to guess how many stacks of oxide it's going to take to get that base to 1 atmosphere of pressure? They give more slots per kit since the larger locker uses 2 kits, and you can place 2 shelves then. Oh, I guess that's a good point. What the use of silver nitrate? There's a terrain tool that lets you fix terrain. Huh. Alright, well, we can do that. The funny thing is, I said I was fine on resources right now, so I didn't need to grab all this iron. But I mean, if I'm mining and it's here anyway, and I have this heavy drill, it's like it's really not an issue. I've never played the game before, but I'll say 4 stacks at least. Amazing. I think you're probably on. I think it's gonna take 6 stacks. Let's swap to the... Oh, what'd I get? Why is it still marked Wafney? Hey, we can start making better food. I got the potato achievement. Nice. I got the potato achievement. Oh, happy day, happy day. Let's see. Hooray! Oh, let's, actually, I'm pretty sure I have silver, but I guess why not? Because I need these for the medium filters. So, might as well get it. Wow, that's a lot of silver. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have several stacks in my other backpack as well. Um, I I'm still gonna gather more oxide. I have this feeling that it's just gonna need more than I think. So rather than having to keep coming back out here, let's just try to fill up. All right, that is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 11 stacks of oxide. I don't I don't think it'll be more than that. You don't need to eat only potato anymore, but do you have something else to plant? That is. Okay. Way to harsh the dream. Way to slap me in the face with reality. So what we're saying is that I was going to be getting that achievement no matter what, because it was my only option anyway. That's very funny. All right. Let's head home. We have so much oxide. Sorry. Uh, dump all the oxide stacks at once so we get an O2 explosion. I have a Stationeers joke. A human and a Zrillion shared a room. It did not last. Don't the Zrillion operate on, or like they breathe volatile? That's, yeah. That'd be an interesting base to run, because I feel like, yeah, it's quite dangerous. But now the question is, have you run out of ketchup already? Uh, yeah, good question. Sorry. I I'm trying to think. I'm trying to plan. I'm trying to plan out using the restroom. I'm gonna go use the restroom right now, and then we will pressurize the base when I get back. Hold on one sec. Oh man. Uh, we got the chair. Yippee. Uh, go to your other space and take the suit off. Oh, that's why the room didn't last. Sorry, a little slow here. Bathroom breaks. Yeah, bathroom breaks. I know my character needs a bathroom break here. Why didn't you turn the AC off? How's the anti-aliasing working? Yeah, I mean, even for me too, it looks a little, but yeah, I don't know what it looks like on YouTube. Okay, let's do this. Let's actually, let me, it's always funny when I want to pull out the to-do list. Maybe I do need to just put a background on it, because I have to like go look at a wall. Okay. Let's, where is it? This one. So, we built some storage. I'm not going to check that off yet because I still want to do that. Move into the workshop. I'd say we've done that because we've moved all of our production machines down here. That bums me out. I mean, we're about to do these two, so let's. Maybe this wasn't the time to pull back out the to-do list. We're almost halfway through the stream, more than halfway through the stream, and I've checked off one thing. Okay, let's get back at it. Let's close up this airlock up here by swapping. Let's swap my backpack, and then let's swap my toolkit. And then let's grab the screwdriver. Set to configuration. All right, we have the exterior door as exterior, interior, power vent, gas sensor. Okay, let's also set the pressure limits to 0 and 0. So that way it goes quicker. And there's no real anything in here, so it's not a big deal. But let's cycle to the inside. Hello? Okay, yeah. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. All right, let's add in the ice. Release the ice. I already have pollutant in here anyway, so. I did not turn this one around yet. When that time comes, I will, but not a huge deal right this second. I am going to have to filter pollutant out of here anyway, so I can use my arc welder. Actually, does the arc welder create pollutant because it's battery powered, not propellant powered? I don't know if it does. The Dark Maw. OMG, hi. Hello. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Arc doesn't off gas. We are gonna use my entire battery to melt this ice. Well, I guess, do I need to get like a, should I get a wall heater? At a certain point, we'll have enough pressure and stuff that it will, I just don't know if my battery will last. I mean, I know my battery won't last. I'll probably swap here. Uh, when scrapyard space engineers? I'm not sure. I have to find a way to make that one still fun, because I feel like I started that one right when Space Engineers like started doing all these really crazy cool updates, and now like the scenario's kind of broken, and then also just like it was a cool concept, but man, it gets old when the same thing keeps spawning over and over and over and over again, or worst case scenario, stuff just doesn't spawn and you spend an hour or more just driving around. Like at a certain point you're just like, is this really worth it? The scenario is really cool, like at its core, but at a certain point yeah, I don't know. Splitsy does have a new scrapyard coming out in a while with all the updates. Well, there you go. Maybe at that point. Give your base a little volatile as a treat to heat it up more quickly. No. No, I don't think I will. I don't think I will be doing that. I am debating just printing out a wall heater, though, and just letting that run for a little bit so I don't have to keep doing what I'm doing here. I also could have just put an ice crusher down and then plopped the ice in there, but that also would have taken a while. I'll put it on that side of the APC. Because I know space heaters, at least in IRL, are not great for power. You think Ice Crusher would have been way faster? Let's do Atmo analyzer and configuration. I mean, I'm pretty sure this spot is breathable now. It's just a little chilly, but yeah, let's go get our water bottles and our food. This is exciting stuff. Ice Crusher would have let you set the temp, thus increasing the rate at which said ice on the floor would melt. But don't you have to go like do IC10 stuff in order to set the temperature, or can you now set the temperature with like a screwdriver on the outside? Because I'm pretty sure, at least last I looked into it, changing the native temperature of your Ice Crusher was something you had to do in MIPS. Dude, yes. What you just said, MGPL. That's an L, right? Or is it an I? L. Yes. Obviously, I love Space Engineers. I've spent so much of my life playing Space Engineers. It's how the channel got started. It's a great game. The issue I've run into kind of recently with that game is that it's like I love building, but building without purpose sometimes just kind of feels like it falls flat. It's like you build a cool thing, but then like it doesn't really accomplish much. Like in the game, you absolutely need a mining ship for sure. Do you need a combat ship? No. Most people make combat ships, and now they have taken strides to reward you for making those kinds of things. So it's definitely like a part of the game now. But compare Stationeers to Space Engineers in that gameplay loop. Do you need an oxygen system? Yes. Do you need a greenhouse? Yes. Like all of the systems in this game, everything that you build and take pride in is also kind of necessary for survival. And then even the things that are a little bit over the top that people do still function to like make your life easier in certain regards. Like for example, what we were talking about with Cows Are Evil, and like his super advanced vending machine system that he's made to have machines request the ores that they're missing, and doing all that with MIPS. It's like is that necessary? No. Does it directly impact and make certain things for your survival in this game more effective? Yes, absolutely it does. So I'm hoping as they continue to do updates with Space Engineers, they continue to add more of that like gameplay style stuff. And I think that is the direction that they are going. And I'm hoping that they also implement more of that into SE2 as well. But what you said about, I hope that Space Engineers adds atmospherics and stuff like that. Absolutely. And the update where they added the radiation, and they added like food and water. It's like that's exactly the direction that I personally love to see Space Engineers going, because I think that adding more of those things gives you more reason to, like, more problems to solve, right? That's ultimately what it is you want more problems to solve, and in cool ways. All right, people. The time has come. The time has come. We are taking off this dang spacesuit. Oh, what a beautiful day. Where in the big room you planning to put the apartment? That's a great question. I don't think the apartment's going to be in this big room. I think this big room is going to be mostly like printers and systems and storage and stuff like that. Just kind of like a nice open workshop floor. I think what I want to do for like a full apartment, I mean, right now it's going to be a studio apartment. Everything is in here. But I think what I want to start doing is kind of making these like corridors that go out and up and over to different things. Yeah. The elevator can go in the middle. Ooh. And then go probably not in the middle, because I don't think they have a too wide elevator, and I've kind of set the center point of this on 2, which might not have been wise, but you know. But I do like the elevator idea. But you know what else I like? I like the. Let me get. I think there's an achievement for this too. There's a suit storage. Suit storage locker. Or is it suit storage? Are these all the same? They just have different visuals. Yeah, all of them are the same. They're just different visuals. Kind of. What do I want? Well, definitely want one. I need silver. I gotta go smelt some silver. Let's turn this off now. And let's also get some more ice in here. Which I think is in here. No, it's not. What am I thinking? It's in here. I wasn't keeping track. I think that's 6. I think we put down 4. And then there's those 2. And in seconds you went from red to yellow. Yeah. The elevator could replace the stairs. Yeah, the problem with that is that while the elevator is very cool, I do think it's going to be more of like a novelty thing because it is much slower than just using stairs. Unfortunately, like in games and stuff, it is just like that's just how it is. It's better to just walk rather than like wait to call the elevator and it slowly comes down and then you slowly go back up. Like unless you build something like really far underground or stuff like that, it's just better to use walking speed, especially because you have to wait anyway because of airlocks. Now, if you made an elevator that was perfectly in sync with the airlock system, to where there is no additional wait time, that might be cool. But while you're at it, printing a backup suit might be a good idea. I want to make I want to have like a suit for mining, a suit for kind of just like walking around outside. I don't think that there's going to be, I don't really think there's a reason to have another suit, but like having color coded suits for like, this one has all of my mining equipment in it. So I don't have to keep like swapping in and out. You can speed up an elevator. Yeah, but even still, right? Like I don't think you're going to set an elevator to where like you call the elevator down, or I guess it would theoretically already be down. You walk in there, you come around, you press the button wherever it is, go up, is faster than me just going like this, right? There's a gas mask these days. How many? I think it took 5 or 6. I should have counted. We're still not there actually. So I think we're at 6. So this is 7, 8. I think it's gonna take actually more than anyone guessed. Nine. Where's the this guy? Nine. Yeah, we're like at half right now. So that's a lot. 10, 11, 12. I need to make the suit storage. Oh, I can't because All right, let's just put the suit back on. Let's go smelt some silver so we can make the suit storage.
Jetpack low.
Oh, goodness. Let's just, can we...
Jetpack low.
Let's not. Let's not. Yeah. I'm going to leave that off for now. I think you need 1 stack per cube of space. Well, that's a lot of cubes of space that we have in here, so that would explain why we need so many. All right, let's cycle to exterior. I have...
Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical. Low pressure.
We're good. We're good. We're good. Don't stress. I do need to go back in though, because it was my other backpack that had the silver in it. This has a little bit of silver in it, so let's pull that right there. And then now let's swap it out and put the silver. Let's go to my water bottles. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Let's just put my potatoes in here. Yes, floorage for now, and then I need to make more lockers. You almost saw God. Yeah, I really did. Oh, love hat hair. All right. Let's go do this. We have hello sir, can I interest you in some more volatiles?
Waste tank caution.
I suppose you are not interested in my volatiles, you are interested in my oxite. How about that, buddy? Ah, there we go. Let's reduce the pressure a little bit. I don't know what the temperature for silver is. Is it really high? It is not. It is actually pretty low. Okay. Everyone making me laugh today. Yeah. Funny stuff. Me almost dying. Hilarious. Alright. And I think I'll keep that silver for later use when we need more electrum. We kind of always need more iron, and I mined a bunch of it anyway, so let's just make a big old stack of iron. I'll save 3 so that way I can make like 200 grams of steel, but let's get 200 grams of iron going. Silver releases nitrous oxide, so it will increase the heat by a lot if you have volatiles in there to spare. Oh. Nice. No. Crap. I wasn't paying attention. At some point, we lost the temperature necessary to turn these into ingots. Yeah, Yeah, it's probably because I released too much of the pressure. So now the temp changes a lot. I remember when I first started playing this game, I didn't really understand that like the higher the pressure is, the less susceptible to temperature change the chamber is. And so I would just be like, why won't it get hotter? And I wasn't paying attention at all to pressure stuff. And it, well, I think we know what happens when you do that. Kaboom. Yeah, I'll just leave that open. We'll let it gas. Okay. Hop back in here. Let's run down here again. Pop the silver in there, and let's get ourselves a suit storage. We're moving up in the world. If the pressure gets too high, you will be dancing with the stars. That is great. I wanna get 2 of these so that way I can set it up for the future when I want to have my separate suit for mining. Which is kind of funny because I don't really the mining suit. I don't know. I guess like if I want to do a hard suit or something. Your storage is on your back, not in your suit, so it's not like it makes a significant difference there. Where do I want? I feel like under the stairs is a good spot to have your. Hey, there we go. There's that achievement I was talking about. What do we think is cooler? The frame, the locker. I think I like. Well, let's see what the locker looks like. I think I like the frame. It's a nice in between. Cool. All right. Let's put our suit in there. You can add stuff to the backpack slot down there. This has my water bottles in it. Let's print some more lockers, shall we? Locker. Wow. Locker. Iron. Let's grab the iron here. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have an extra stacker, so I could just set that up. Yeah, I have a stacker right there. Let's get 5 of these. See how we like that. All right, let's do. Shelf medium. This is what we were saying was the better move. I could see the benefit of the shelves. I mean, I definitely do like that this is 5 across, but let's set up. I'm not going to worry about this stacker at this current moment. These each have stackers, so when I pull stuff out, I can just set it to like, I don't know, 50 or 100, and we can just do it that way. Atmospherics kit. Stairs I'll put over here. Stacker I'll kind of put miscellaneous stuff over there. Let's do construction stuff this way. Oops. Over there. Over there. Kit wall. Iron frames. Iron frames, steel frames. How extra am I gonna get with this here? Yeah, that's not. All right. Steel sheet, iron sheet, plastic sheets, the shower. Spray cans, I think I'm gonna put over here. Actually, I don't have that many, so we'll put them in the miscellaneous one. Spray gun also in this one. Mining backpack. Potato. I think I'm gonna make a fridge. Batteries. Cartridges. Mining belts. Potato. That's not where that's gonna go, but actually let's throw water and food in here for the time being. Although I could probably make another. Actually, I'll build a thing over there. I'm gonna get rid of this closing one, and I will split it into 2. Oh, whoops. Shelf, medium. Yeah, of course that's not gonna bug me. No, we know. I will be fixing that shortly. Okay. Let's grab these. We'll put them over there.
Hunger caution.
Don't you worry, suit lady. We are getting that stuff sorted right now. If I just, yep, this is the way. Perfect. Beautiful thing. Whoops. And this will go over there. Nice. Nice. You can put your jetpack in your uniform. Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right, so here we have, this would be where we hook up oxygen to fill our, will that fill your oxygen tank without blowing it up, or do you have to like specify specifically what you want the pressure to be there? Um, yeah. Let's do some cabling here to deal with the old hunger situation. Well, I guess I already got that sorted, but let's also get this wired up. Where is the... Oh, there it is. Don't love that, but it is what it is. I always use a pressure regulator on those. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, let's eat some food. Where are my potatoes? Let's drink some water. See, feels so nice to not be in the suit. So much easier to fix this whole thing. All right, let's take a look here. Let's go off into this corner so we can think. The thinking corner. All right. We have built storage. Yes, we have. We have pressurized our workshop. I need to take down the starter shack, take a hot shower, which means that I need to pipe the water from up in the greenhouse down here. Not a huge ask. This is still a long-term plan. Yeah. I think based on the amount of time we have left, I think taking down the shack and trying to get that hot shower is probably right about where we're gonna be for today. So, let's do it. Yep. Feeling pretty happy about this base here. I did almost just walk into the airlock right now. I am gonna have to remember about my suit. maybe I should put my lockers right here so that way I know like right before I get into the airlock that's the thing. All right, let's grab this,
Waste tank caution.
and I don't need to grab that, but I will put it over here for now. So that way all my mining stuff is in one spot. Yeah. Here's a question. What is in my waste tank right now? I've been opening it outside, so I imagine there might be some pollutant in there.
Waste tank critical.
Very, very little. It is mostly carbon dioxide and oxygen. But we probably don't want to add more to the CO2. So I'll just open it outside. At a certain point, I will have a spot for the waste tank where I'll just put it in and it will drain it, and we'll capture the warmer CO2. But there's CO2 in the atmosphere, so it's really not a huge deal for our greenhouse. Yeah, there's still pollutant in the workshop anyway as well. It's a good point. I'm gonna have to filter that out. Okay. Open. And now we're going to take this area down. We're going to reclaim tons of supplies, which would be really nice. And I can reasonably just suck the oxygen right out of here and refill my tank.
Air tank critical. Oxygen low.
Yeah, no, don't pass out, don't pass out, don't pass out, don't pass out. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Fine. Just kidding.
Air tank critical. Oxygen low.
Hey, no, it's okay.
Critical.
One more.
Air tank critical. Oxygen low.
All right, that'll last us a pretty solid amount of time. Okay, let's take this place apart, because I don't really think that taking the effort to we have very little no, we're good. I'm not gonna waste the effort necessary to recapture the gas in here. Oh, let's put our jetpack on. Yeah, it's a nice amount of gas, but it's like it's not like getting that gas is difficult. And so it's not worth the extra effort that it would take to like bring the pipes and do all that stuff to me. I'd rather just we've already gone through the hassle to pressurize the base down there and it's working fine. So it's really not why now, Storm? Really? That's lame. Okay, well, guess I gotta wait a minute. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this cable right here, and then I'll just close this. All right, and let's just start disassembling the console here. Gotta get this thing back and this thing back. We'll be able to make a whole nother airlock, which is nice. Once the storm's over, I'll just use my crowbar. I mean, I'm gonna disassemble the doors anyway, so I guess I can reclaim the cable. Heads may roll. Yeah. Maybe a weather station might be a good goal as well. So talk to me about this weather station idea. Because I did not necessarily know that you could do something like that. Running out of storage. It's the true Mark Watney experience right here. It definitely feels like it. And we did just get one of the other Mark Watney achievements. So we are definitely following suit. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, not much I can do right now. It's a dedicated block that posts a color based on if a storm is incoming. Is it like a thing that I can build? Can I just look up? Yeah, weather. Weather station. Oh, in my brain, weather state like making a weather station was a like a base, like an outpost base to look for weather, but it's an actual thing that you build. And it's not incredibly expensive. Wow. Okay. And so what it does is doesn't have a description. Love that. But let's look at its logic. Activate required power, reference ID, mode, lock, prefab, name, next weather hash, next weather event time. Okay. So we could hook this up and then we could read the next weather event time on a console so we know like when the next storm is coming. Okay. Next weather hash? So do you get different types of storms on different planets? You can connect an alarm to it. I don't know if I. Well, they're not super frequent, so it actually might be kind of fun to set up an alarm. I really hate. I already have so many like warnings that come on, so the idea of having another one can be a little annoying. But maybe instead of it being a sound, um, or maybe not like a repeating sound, but maybe I have like one sound and then it's like a blinking light or something. Mick does a ton of IC10 for the weather station in his Cows Are Evil series. Sweet. Just one more. Just one more alarm. They updated the weather type, so maybe there are different storms now. I know the solar storms were listed as being possible on the moon after the last patch. Okay. We've been here for 53 days, and I haven't seen a solar storm. So I don't know if solar storms are a thing on Mars. I guess I can. I'll just go. I'll go walk downstairs, and then I will offload what I have gathered, and then go back up.
Jetpack low.
Okay, let's see. We've got iron walls. Oh no, iron. Oh, these are iron walls. Let's put the walls down here. Iron walls. Excuse me, iron sheets. This is an advanced airlock console APC. Oh, cool. Now both of them are damaged. That's rad. Glass. Man, was I raised in a barn? Turn off the dang lights. I mean, I can't turn those ones off yet, but could have emptied the locker you had upstairs. Storm's over. Sweet. Angle grinder. And hand drill. Same thing over here, I'd imagine. And a wrench. All right, let's grab these batteries. Let's take this down. Put this battery over here. I'm gonna move this battery charger to be inside because it will be nice to have that near my suits and stuff. Let me turn on my portable light so it's easier for you guys to see. Got my sensor back. All right, let's bring this stuff downstairs. Actually, I'm just gonna. No. I'm gonna put it away. I was gonna just throw it in the airlock, go grab more stuff, throw it in the airlock, but I'd rather just walk it down.
Jetpack low.
All the planets have different storms. Again, you can just walk to the airlock. Could have emptied the locker you had upstairs. Yeah, coulda, woulda. I wonder how long until they add lightning storms to the game. Yeah, lightning storms where they hate you. Like, how fun would it be if lightning was like a homing missile right to your face? Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, let's put that up there. Sensor and door. I'll put over here. And battery. Okay. Like lightning and SE. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about SE, but now that you mention it, yeah, it does sound pretty similar to lightning and SE. It's just a laser beam straight to the dome. Everyone, I cannot tell you the amount of comments that I got specifically about like people being like, why do you play with lightning? It is the most broken part of this game. Everyone turns it off. And then there I was sitting there like, yes, everyone turns it off, which is why you are commenting, which is why engagement. It was all part of the master plan. And also, to be honest with you, the real reason is because Space Engineers at that time didn't really have a lot of like environmental challenges, and so even though that one was wildly unfair and not realistic, it's like I needed to feel something, you know? So, laser beams. It's how you feel. It's because you like a challenge. I do like a challenge. I don't even know what that's all about. Alright, let's grab this stuff in here as well. Head back down. My man is a champ for holding out on that electric hellscape. Well, I appreciate it. it was a fun time. I mean, now in retrospect, it was a fun time. I will say there were moments there where the lightning just freaking ruined my day. Oh man. Especially because like even though I was able to like build the bases and do the stuff, there was a like when the storms would hit until that third base on Helgen, when this would hit, you just had to stay inside and just kind of chill. Like there really wasn't a whole lot else you could do. It was wild watching you pivot every time the game decided it hated you, which was a lot. Yeah, it definitely did not love me. I guess I'll put this over here. And this is also kind of construction stuff. So this is overflow. Although I massively enjoyed and looked forward to new NSS episodes, Skyjack was even more memorable and funny to watch. Well, I honestly, I really liked doing Skyjack. It took me less time to edit, um, and we were just having fun. Like we were just hanging out, and we were talking about stuff that we would talk about normally. It was kind of more just like a podcast about stupid stuff, and we just happened to be playing Space Engineers. We were playing Space Engineers poorly. Um. Uh. And that was pretty fun. Yeah. The issue. I hate to say it. The the issue with that series was well, I mean, other than the fact that I picked a planet that could not sustain the challenge that we were playing, which is so stupid. But yeah, the issue is just that the effort that it admittedly it wasn't as difficult to edit as other stuff, but at the time the viewership and the effort that was required to like do it that could have been spent on other things, it just wasn't like, again, I hate to say it this way, but it wasn't the most financially feasible thing. And I'm trying to get to the point where like streams right now, it's like this isn't a financially super sound like thing to do, but it does, like, there's no editing, so I get to hang out, I get to have fun, I get to play video games, I get to talk to people, all of those things. So even though this specific thing isn't like gonna be super financially helpful, it is a nice thing to do, and it also like helps with like, you know, YouTube understanding that I am still here. But yeah, I would like to do more stuff like that. The other thing is that I was the only one who would edit those. And which is fine. Like, I mean, editing is my job, so it wasn't a huge deal. But yeah, I think we just kind of gotta like figure out what another thing to do would be. Yeah, sorry, I don't need to get into like the whole economics of YouTube and like trying to, it's like you can't do everything, you know? And so yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But I'm glad that you like Skyjacks. I did too. And I would like to do more stuff like that. Because hanging out with people and playing video games is why I got into this. Sitting in my room staring at an editing software for 60 hours is not my definition of a good time. It's like at some point I realized, I'm like I chose to do YouTube so I wouldn't have to work in a cubicle at a desk all day. And it's like, yet here I am. Don't get me wrong, nice cubicle. I really like this cubicle. I made it myself. But like you, when you kind of zoom out a little bit, you're like, whoa, wait a second. I did exactly what I was trying not to do. Um, yeah. What are people saying? The only thing that truly sucked was seeing the drone AI derp out. Yeah, again, this is the planet. I mean, the AI in Space Engineers at that time wasn't great anyway. But yeah, the the planet was just the wrong. I don't know why I didn't think about it. It's not like I didn't already have like over 1,000 hours in the game at that point. I just didn't. It just didn't cross my mind. I just saw like this is a really cool height map. You trained your friends well. Stationeers gets a lot more fun playing with a bunch of people. I've actually
Jetpack low.
I've actually played Stationeers with Swift and E-Rock. I invited them one time and we was just us hanging out. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. If you are familiar with Skyjacks and with those guys, I think you can you can probably guess how it went. But it was still a total blast, literally. Oh right, that was the series with the train. It was. That definitely sounds like a Space Engineer's problem. So much time and effort is spent that doesn't always translate to the video. Yeah. Twitch takes we were asking about like Twitch versus YouTube. Twitch takes a bigger cut and they also push a lot more for monetization. Yeah, I'd have to ask Preds because he does more Twitch stuff. And so I don't know if he does that because that's kind of just what he's always done and he kind of just sticks with what he knows. I know that he has streamed on YouTube as well. So I might have to get his take on it. But the short answer is I don't know what the payout difference is fully. Because while I do know, like you said, Twitch does take a bigger cut, but I think that Twitch, like the ecosystem of Twitch is kind of built around financially supporting streamers. And so I think like the culture over there is that way, and then just dude the ads. It's like it sucks to admit that like that's just kind of how the economy of streaming goes, and so it's like I hate watching them, but I also understand that like look, this is how this guy is making money, so I kind of just do something else while the ad plays so that way some creator that I like can pay their bills. Like I get it, man. But yeah, the Twitch ads are significantly longer than YouTube ads. So yeah, I don't know mathematically how it ends up working out. I'm hoping for a spiritual successor to Skyjack. Oh yeah, that would be fun. In office requirements as well. Are you going to complete Space Engineers? Got hooked on both NSS and Scrap Series, both those unfinished. I think at this point, NSS was so long ago. Like I appreciate the undying loyalty, but I don't know if finishing NSS is gonna happen. I mean I made like if you go back and look at that series, that is like that's a lot of both in-game time and footage. Like I realized that maybe I should have like maybe wrapped it up with a bow. But as far as like gameplay amount and time spent, that was like over more than a year of my life. And it was like every single day, and it was into that series. And sometimes I'd be playing for like I mean, this was before I had a child, so I had much more time to kind of just know life, do stuff. We were talking about the other one though, the other series. I think somebody was saying that Splitsy is adding more or making a new version of it. It kind of broke with all the really big updates that SE came out with, and so I'm kind of in this like holding period with it right now. And also, it does the concept for that one is really cool. It can get really really monotonous when you are kind of like in the once you are no longer struggling and you're kind of like looking for stuff like specifically, it it ends up being more of a grind than it's worth. And when you're filming and stuff like that, like you're creating like like huge film files because you never want to turn off your camera. You want to get your proper reactions to stuff. um but like you're spending hours not getting anything useful, and yeah, it kind of just bogs down. So but I'd be interested to see what the next iteration is going to be. Splitsy and Cap Epic had a bunch of streams where in the end they would blow stuff up in Stationeers. I blow stuff up in Stationeers on accident all the time. So I commend them for being able to have the confidence to purposefully blow things up without the consequences of doing so. Will the 24-hour of Factorio come out on your channel? I don't know. I wasn't there the whole time, and if you guys watched, first off, glad that you know that I was there. I feel like I didn't make it much into that video. But if you watch Sykes' playthrough of it, because it's his video, the thing about that playthrough for us was that that goes to, oh yeah, I'm no longer using that. Uh, it's hard to make a video out of it because one, I wasn't there the whole time. We split up to conquer different planets, and when we were on Navis, it was like 99% Doshington, and then the rest of us were just kind of farting around like it. So I'm probably not gonna make a video on it. I recorded it. I thought I wanted to do it, and like I may, because I really like Factorio, so I may keep that footage, and then if I want to do my own Factorio like beating space age video, I might bring in clips from there because it was funny and it was like cool hanging out with Dosh. It was cool hanging out with why can't I think Martin Cedo Pants. Really cool dude. Super funny. And so it was really cool hanging out with all these other guys that I hadn't met before. Um, but but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make a video strictly on that just because there's not enough there to warrant the effort that it would take to put into a video. YouTube randomly spams a bunch of ads in a row sometimes. Is this a is this a bad time to say I pay for YouTube Premium? Yeah, I'm one of the suckers, but I do. It's because I don't really watch much TV. I mean, I do like with my wife, like at the end of the day and stuff like that. But YouTube is both my job and also like my hobby. I watch tutorials and do these other things, and so yeah, it's my Netflix subscription is to YouTube. I hate saying it, makes me feel icky, but it's true. What else? Was NSS the one where he was trying to colonize 3 planets? Yeah, it was. It was. It just, yeah. And admittedly, like, again, I didn't really want to get into like the whole, like, I don't know, but full transparency, full honesty, um, with NSS, people stopped watching it. It's just what it is. Like, I'm super super happy when people tell me that they really really love that series, because I did too, and it's a project that I worked on really hard for a very long time, and there's a lot that I am pleased with about that experience. Um, but but the truth of the matter is that at the end of the day, this is it's a lot of fun, and I get a goof off and do a lot of stuff, but it is my job, and because YouTube pays you based off the number of views, anytime you do something that's like episodic, even this, but this is kind of just more for me to just hang, and I don't have to edit. But when it comes to like putting the time into getting the editing software, doing these other things, it's just YouTube. It's not even YouTube. I say YouTube, but if you really think about it, what is YouTube? It's people, viewers. It just like it's not something that viewers click on, because like if you're looking at stuff, like, people love watching episode ones and like pilot episodes, but even huge TV shows and all these other things, like your first season of a show will almost always do better than your second or third or fourth, or even movies and everything else like that. And so such is the way of kind of, I don't know, I don't want to, like, art. People like new ideas, and new ideas get stale after a period of time. And when, especially when it comes to needing to, like, buy food, you're like, all right, well, let's move on to something else.
Jetpack low.
I believe the in-series lore was you move to the moon to get past the first planet. It is true. That was the thing. It's funny.
Operation critical.
I didn't come up with lore for like most of the game, and then finally I was just like, okay, like, I feel like giving myself, and it goes back to like the whole thing with space, excuse me, with Space Engineers. It's like I had to keep giving myself challenges to overcome. And that's why I did like the no suit thing, was like, okay, this gives me something to fight against, and I have to design things, to like systems to get me around this. Uh, um, I watched the Martin Cito Pants one. It was the gang war one. Yeah. That was uh, Admiralty Gaming. Yeah, cool guy too. I've actually I friended Martin Cito Pants, and he accepted my friend request on Discord. I don't know if I'll reach out to him for another project anytime soon, because I just feel like, he's got his own life, and he's got a much much bigger, much more complicated system than I got going on here. So don't want to bother him, but that's also how I feel with I did a collab with it's when I met Preds and Rick and all them. Ambiguous Amphibian also showed up there, and so I'm friends with him on Discord. Hardly ever, like, I think I've messaged him like once to be like, hey man, it was really cool meeting you. um but I've kind of kept up with Psych and with um Admiralty Gaming. They're pretty cool dudes. Psych actually used to be a musician, and he's got like a really really sophisticated like vocal chain for his microphone. He was trying to teach me some of that stuff because I think like if you watch his videos, his voice comes through so crisp and so clear. Um,
Jetpack low.
I envy his control over the microphone. Okay. Oh, I still have stuff in here. Yeah. So let's put this over here. Put these guys down here. I guess I'll throw those there. These here. Oop. We have too many passive vents. Guess we're moving them over here. And oh, we have more lockers from upstairs. I'm actually kind of debating just throwing them up here. Is that that might be a little much, so we'll just do more of them like that. Can I actually put this over this way? Nope, this way. Ah, beautiful. And let's put this little cereal bar right here. Awesome. Oh, yeah. These guys took some damage. Don't really know what I'm going to do with that. I have several atmospheric kits. Here's my water bottle filler. I'll probably put that somewhere over there. Don't need that. Insulated pipes. There we go. Leave the container mount in there. I'm almost done organizing. If SE had atmospherics and terraforming, that series would have been a banger. Yeah, I think SE. I mean, it's a great game. I do wish that there was some more depths in systems. I feel like a lot of SE playthroughs lose direction after a while. It might be hard to cram into an interesting video. Yeah, it's like you just kind of gotta have a challenge in mind, right? Yeah, it's like survival and danger aspects and becomes too sandboxy. I think actually touching on that, it's like that's why I've come to really like that's why I've really come to like Stormworks, because Stormworks there's like, I mean, admittedly very complicated, but Stormworks, everything that you build is specifically to engage with parts of the game. Like you can do mining, you can like refine your oil into different types of fuel. You build a tanker truck to get diesel, bring it back to your base. You build these boats to go and do search and rescue, or your helicopters, or these other things. Personally, I wish there was more in the space DLC, because building a rocket and going to the moon and like having moon stuff it would be, moon stuff would be pretty cool. And so I think that Stormworks would be a good teaching tool for, like, I don't know, not teaching tool. What am I trying to say? I feel like if the SE devs like kind of used Stormworks as like a case study is a better way to say that, for like how to make it so you have like freedom of building, which is one of their like important dev like that's what kind of like one of their foundational development um, pillars is being able to build freely, but giving you the freedom of building with the uh, giving you freedom of building and purpose of building is how I'd probably say it. I hope SE2 can improve on those concepts a bit and add some actual challenge. I mean, I think that graphically and like with all the builds and stuff like that, and they have in development, they have added a lot of other um, systems. Like it is not just the basic assembler, basic refinery, and then full size assembler and full size refinery, and that's it. Like there are more things now, and in order to make more complicated parts and do these other things, I think that there still is a balance that needs to be struck in certain elements of the gameplay. Um, like I I appreciate the convenience that comes with uh, being able to mine and then immediately smelt it in your backpack, and then it gets turned into whatever like the thing that you want is. So in the early game, all you got to do is just go find iron, and then you can immediately start welding stuff like for those missions. I like the concept of that. The implementation of it, I think, inadvertently reduces the player's ability to understand what materials and stuff you need. Um, it's an interest. It's like it's a tough balance to get, but like because all I had to do was fill my backpack with iron ore, um, when I started looking at like a smelter or looking at a or like whatever the new terms are for them, uh, I was kind of a little bit lost because I was like, I don't know what parts this iron is turning into, and so why take the time to learn it? You know, I don't know if I did a great job explaining that, but I understand why they did what they did, and I think that generally speaking, it lowers the level of difficulty for entry, which I know was a problem with SE1. Um, but I I don't know. I think that a solid balance still hasn't yet been struck. But I mean, it is alpha, right? Like it's nowhere near where they want it to be. They haven't implemented the water. Like they're still coming out with new models of stuff, and it's going to be that way for a while. Um, but just as like a physics engine and like a spaceship building like sandbox, pretty solid. But yeah, I think that their survival elements and like reasons for building stuff still is going to be a minute. Um, I think the colony things in SC2 will bring a goal to build. I think so too. Just lowered my ship. It's nearly midnight here, so I will move myself to sleep mode. Another battery charger in the workshop, so you don't have to store those batteries on shelves. Yeah, I should grab that battery thing up there. I think I just emptied my suit, so let's go grab all those batteries in that battery charger. And I think we've kind of we've successfully cleared out this top spot. So feeling pretty good about that. Although now that I have this, it's like I gotta build something up here. Otherwise, this staircase doesn't really make a ton of sense. Probably my power station. We'll expand this. Yeah, the space DLC. Excuse me. Yeah, the space DLC for Stormworks. I'm assuming we're talking about. is not great, but the major flaw of Stormworks is that multiplayer is not optimized. I mean, yeah, I have not actually played Stormworks in multiplayer, so um I will have to take your word for it. I've heard that before. It's not like that's the first time. That's a bummer, but it's a bummer, but it also makes sense to me because Stormworks is such a complicated like physics engine in order to like do all of the computation to like run these vessels. Um and so the fact that that is not it doesn't love multiplayer having to do all those calculations and then like for everybody that doesn't necessarily shock me. I wish it wasn't true, but I'm not surprised. Um uh leaving that on. Dang, man. I I feel like we really accomplished something today. Uh could you do the biggest station battery? Um, I I am not a big fan of the big station battery. This one, because if you look at its capacity, it's 9. If you look at the capacity of the other battery, the station battery, it's 3.6. So, like, it's what 7.2 versus 9, and the cost of this station battery is 20 gold, 20 copper, 20 steel. The cost of the for this guy 35 copper, gold, copper, steel, electrum, silicon, and stellite. I don't know if the like I could build two for like significantly less. And I don't know. I feel like this is a luxury, and when you are in an abundance of resources, you can get that going. But it's really just not a priority because it's so easy to make the other ones. It's like personal opinion, but that's how I feel about it. It seems a little wasteful. Um, Hearing you talk about Stormworks reminds me of Kerbal Space Program and Juno New Origins, massive space sandbox games, but even then, it can get very monotonous. Yeah, that is the challenge for these like sandboxy building games. Is like you want you build these games and you give so much freedom, but I don't know. It's if you like think back about your childhood. I don't know how old everybody is in here. I could be talking to an actual child right now. But like think about if you are if you are older, think about like back in like the PS2 days. And like I don't know. I'm thinking about like Jack and Daxter, if anyone remembers that game. Or like Tack and the Power of Juju or like I don't know. Just these kind of older games. Um and and there is a sense of nostalgia and just being a kid, but there also is a sense of sometimes it was nice to just have direction. Because when you go into these sandbox games, like and granted, I played so much Minecraft. Like I loved building stuff in Minecraft, but even Minecraft eventually just got repetitive because there wasn't a lot of systems with it, which is why I think Vintage Story is the better Minecraft because it's all of the stuff that you fake in Minecraft to like fill out a room is real in Vintage Story. Like you like all the clay pots and all the little things. It's like all of that is useful to you. Yeah. It like but going back to like the PS2 days, it's like those games were just you start here, here's your protagonist, here's the story and go. And I know we still have games like that, like God of War. And that game won tons of awards because it was super awesome. And I know that this isn't the types of games are different. But sometimes when the developer focuses too much on sandbox, the game can fall flat because there's no direction. It's like no, you can do anything, everything, but in the everything and anything is it's just an empty space, right? Like there's nothing here. It's like, yeah, you can do everything that you possibly want in a room that has no walls and no windows, and like it's just you're in the vast void of nothing. That is not to say that's how I feel about, like, I'm not saying Space Engineers is the vast void of nothing, but because I think Space Engineers is rad, but I do think that like sometimes I'll buy like a sandbox game and it'll just be like, yeah, do all the things. I'm like, why? There's nothing to engage with. Like you just, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. That space is very empty, so that makes it fun. It can be very hard. For me, that was Crash Bandicoot. For earlier gamers, probably Mario 64. I I I remember. I think I'm trying to remember like the first like real like game that I got like super into. My cousin had I think it was like an N64, um, and it was Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Is probably one of my earlier memories of just like a game that because it's not even to say like that was my first game. Like I remember getting a Game Boy, like not even a Game Boy Color, and we were playing Pokemon Silver and stuff like that. But the N64 and playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and the like Blue Warrior needs food badly. Red Wizard is about to die. You have found the one runestone in this realm. Like that kind of game. That was I I want to pay money right now to like go back and play that game again. I don't know if it would hold up in like now. I mean, the graphics were like the polygon count for the characters was 3. But like the memories of playing that game was so good. Me and my brother, like I got level 99 legend wizard, and it was so much fun. Okay, I have been talking and not playing the game. I think we are about out of time here. Um, let me. I should have taken the time to hook up the shower, but alas, I did not. I also don't know where the best place would be to put the shower. Probably under the stairs here, so maybe I'll move this. Or yeah, I'll have a think about that offline. Maybe I'll just like really quickly put together, because we have more frames that way. So maybe I'll just dig down over here and just make like a little room inside, and we can put. I think there's a toilet in the game. Is it? No? Or do I just not know how to spell? I mean, I don't know why there would be a toilet in the game. But yeah, we'll do stuff, make a little bathroom, and then I'll have the shower in there. Put the shower in the middle of the room. I mean, yeah, it might be for the lulz on the first time, because I know that this has been a request of literally everybody. Yeah, where's the worst beautiful. Just showering, suit off, fully exposed in there. I don't have the water hooked up, so I'm not gonna actually be doing that right this second. But uh, yeah, and then I'll put together a bathroom with a door and stuff, and we'll use that as the shower because I think you can actually get a positive cleanliness bonus, and hopefully that will make it so I don't go through my food and water as quickly. Needs to be well lit. Yeah, underlit. Just have a light like a spotlight right on the floor in front of you. Just pristine. Power moves. Assert dominance. Ah, yes. Like a bad dream. Yeah, I had that bad dream. Just in the middle of your entire class. Your entire class is there and you have to shower in the middle of the room. Beautiful. Beautiful thing. Terrible thing. Well, anyway, that is it for today. Sorry we got a little sidetracked towards the end there. I really got up in my soapbox and started preaching preaching the word of video games and sandbox games. But always fun to just hang out. We will be streaming again on Friday. No, Thursday. Excuse me. And then after that Monday. So we're doing Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Yeah. At least for right now. Let me see who is here. The data reader, thank you so much for hanging out and commenting. MGPL, Molly D144, Flop, General Interest. Wait, no. General Interstellar. Oh. I've mentioned before that I struggle with reading, right? And you threw numbers in there to mess me up. General Interstellar. TNT Craft, thanks everybody. JP Mystic, good to see you guys. We will catch you guys next time.